Why, hello. Gosh, I look red today. My lighting is a little meh. It's dark and cloudy and rainy and windy today. So I have no natural light augmenting anything. And my lighting setup is primitive at best. Alright, so we were in the middle of refactoring this thing. And we're going to continue to do that today. Everything should be, yes, good to go. So, we are in here. We were just giving this a system message type. And I was thinking about it, and I don't really like just blindly broadcasting results back. So we're going to think about that as well. And that might just look like another channel that takes a system message back. Maybe that's the answer. And then you can listen to it and you make your topic, you know, some kind of a random thing, and then unsubscribe at the end of it. So we need to make sure that I don't know why everything is just off today. We have to make sure that the broker unsubscribes or removes topics with no subscribers. And I think we do. We don't. I think we used to, but it got axed in the move, which is fine. We just need to take it out, because when we do this, although I don't know, well, yeah. I guess here it'd just be empty, but we should clean them up. Otherwise, they would start to grow over time, even if it's just an empty list. We don't want that. That's just messy. This still needs to return a channel, but in this case, it's actually going to be Chan that holds not subscriber, system message. I don't know if I like system message. What if I just call you message? I think I like that better. The other thing, response message. What if I just call you response? Here, let's make the message one time. Right. This is an interface. We don't have a struct declared for it. I see. So this is not data anymore. Or not an interface anymore. It can still be data. We'll rename it in a second. But this is a message. Just going to break a bunch of stuff, but that's okay. Do that. Going to come in here and length is greater than 0. And at the end of that, we don't need this anymore. Oh, wait, no, never mind, we do. Because we should only have one. Which means we should check that when we add a subscriber to make sure that we don't double sub to the same topic. So we're going to want to do a couple things here. Okay, that's not surprising. Gonna want to we're gonna TDD this part, right? Because that will help us prove that it is currently possible to do, but also make sure that we handle these situations correctly, right? So message broker. It's not in shared, not in server either. It's in editor. It's right here. So these should all, no, they don't because we changed things. Let's fix them real quick. Make add subscriber idempotent. Yes, exactly. Also, hello, Pluck. How's it going today? How's your weekend so far? You need to no longer be a test struct. We can put you in a message. That's fine. Let me back up just 1 second here because I was also doing things with a message type. Which I don't think we care about right now. That's for the consumer and the producer to work out among themselves. We just do, we don't have, right. We need to implement a thing that satisfies the message interface. So we can put which is a message type, and you can still be that. That's fine. Whoop. Good enough. Sure. That. You remember the discussion some months ago where you had trouble subscribing objects in the room to an event of someone entering the room or some such? Now you don't have any trouble. Context is different, but the idea is the same. Practice makes perfect. I don't think I had trouble subscribing objects in the room to an event. I don't have a message bus on the server. I still don't. The map just calls a method on the character object because it has references to the objects inside of it. It knows who's in a tile and it can call things on them. The thing I wasn't sure how I wanted to do is how I want to wire up things to be dynamic in a way for the game manager to dispatch things. A message bus is an approach, but I wanted things to be a little different. And right now, the game manager calls the map and says, "Hey, tell me about the things you handle," and the map responds with that. So the map is in control of what it knows how to do, and it registers that. Slightly different case that I have now, right? This is just comms between them, but I don't know how I want to do that still. The thing that's in place now is fine, but expanding it is going to be problematic, right? And I was trying to avoid a message bus because of the same reason that we're doing all this work now, where you don't know for sure who handles anything, right? And I don't know if I'll have to go to that or not, because it is I want it to be dynamic and where different things can come in and handle events, but then we also have to account for, like, nodding while you're explaining. Yeah. Um, different things come in and say, okay, well, I handle move also. So does it always handle move? Does it handle move before map handles move? Does map handle move and it only handles an unhandled event? Things get hairy there. So that's why I was trying to lean away from the message bus. I might still have to do it. I don't know yet. I kind of called it good enough for now to get map connected to things. I do feel the pull, though. I feel the pull of a message bus. Okay. This takes. Test message as type. Type does not implement message, as the type method has a pointer receiver. Why do you care about a pointer receiver? What kind of an editor is this? This is JetBrains Goland. I don't know why that cares about having a pointer receiver or not. JetBrains are Russians based in Prague. Yes. They make a whole suite of IDEs. They all look and function very similarly. They are IntelliJ, um, Sea Lion, Rust Rover, WebStorm. They got a whole bunch of different ones for each language, basically. I don't know that I care about this not having a pointer receiver, though, anyway, so it's probably fine. So we dispatch you. Good. Then we want to... Message received on channel, but should not have been. Okay, this is the one that shouldn't get a message. That's fine. I don't have... I should probably test dispatch message, huh? Don't know why I didn't do that. Let's throw it on there. And let's do, we can use the same thing here, except for subscriber 1 should be getting the message. And then we want to this will be this needs to be that. Got this. Let's expand your fields. Like so. And then this is, we got chan 1 message, we expected test message. Now, this should pass in theory. It does, fantastic. Let's do test subscribe, double description. We subscribe you once. That. It should still give you back. This should be 1 still, and we should also say that. And then this should only be 0 still. Okay, so this should fail currently. It should give us a different channel. Yes. And we have 2 subscribers. Good, good. That is what we expect. What I should do, though, before I do this, is temporarily just delete that real quick. we should do a quick commit. What did I change? Oh yeah, because I changed the name. Um, add message objects and clean up naming. Okay, we do that. Hey Jazz, how you doing today? How's your weekend? Okay, now this can come back. We should still see the same failure. We do, fantastic. Now let's go back to here. Let's not do it here. This weekend was long overdue. How am I? I am doing. The job hunt thing is still crap. But I'm experiencing great success in this. So, you know, thinking about what to do temporarily because nobody seems to be hiring software developers. So I need to do something for a while until they remember why they need good devs and everything is on fire and they pay us all more. Do I want to do this here or do I want to do this here? I think I want to do this here because ultimately could go either way. Wait, we get to this shouldn't even be doing this here. What in the world? What was I thinking? Here's what I think we do. You take a subscriber and a topic. And you create a new channel. Like at the very least, this would need to be this. But if we want to return, which we do, the channel, I think we come in here and do it here. But yeah, because we want to do this inside of the lock. So let's move this down here. And instead of taking a subscriber, Do that. But before we do that, we'll come in here and we'll say all of this hinges upon this being here. We'll go through I don't care about the index. I can just get it directly. Might not even need the Boolean, but we'll go. Then we return. But in here we're using the subscriber. Oh. Return the channel, that's why. So we don't need this at all. And then if we get down here, that means we don't have one. We create one. And if we're only returning a channel, we actually don't need this. Why did we have... We only had this struct to facilitate this. We don't even need this thing. I don't think. No. This used to take... Okay. We do put that in there. Zero list of subscriber object. We append you. Return that. So then we can clean that up. Otherwise, we add you. Oh, that's why I was doing that. Okay. I don't want to do this. want to break this out, I think. Or do I? Do I gain anything by doing this? No, I don't. Well, I guess I would. I would gain... So we check to see if you're there already. This would go here. No, I don't need that even. If it is okay, if it's already in there, then we append it. We knew we needed a new one. We didn't find it. I feel like I'm still waking up. Otherwise, you know that we need to add it. At the end of all this, either way, we just return that. Um, no, I don't need that. I need to just do, just do that. That's what we want to do. Now this becomes just a wrapper, and we can leave it in place. That's fine. This is just add subscriber. Now, in theory, this should pass. It's because my test up here. Do that, then that's good. Okay. Got this. You expected that. That is because Right. We can't do this anymore. That's fine. We don't really care. We do that still, then we don't need to do reflection here. We just need to say if maybe this is why I was doing this way. It made it easier to test it, but result is the subscriber we get back out, so it should only be one. These should actually be just strings in this case now. That. And then if that, and we don't even care about that. Actually, we could compare those. That's fine. Then we could say I don't think there's a meaningful string output for a channel, so we'll just do an error. Just do that. There we go. Now we can do a quick like so. Average time. The other thing we need to do I guess we probably don't need to remove multiples because we've guarded against putting in multiples, but also if there is one that's not reachable any longer, when we try to dispatch, it'll clean itself up. So that's probably okay. For now, until we find a reason. Don't need coordinates. We need to make sure that this all works now, because it won't, which is fine. We need to implement the interfaces in both of these. Right meow. because they're still in the same package at this stage, we're working on pulling them apart. Um, we will need to just do it one time. Eventually, we'll need to do two, but then we don't need to switch on type. So let's go back to we'll need to do type for the internal data, but that's fine. Let's do we'll just put you here for now. Nope, not there because you've got methods below you. This can be actually we can do um 2 different structs. That's fine. And then we can rename them if they need to be simplified, which they will be. Not type. That's not message type, it's just type. Like so. Like so. Do the same thing over here. Yeah, we'll just put it here. We'll need to connection icon. Ah, right. That'll need to get moved. That's fine. Turn the message type, like so. Implement that. Okay, now we can do this. When we get a message, let's do sorry about that. My internet seems to have temporarily gone out. Even OBS freaked out for a second there. I had to get up and go look and make sure Digi hadn't blown over. Which it hadn't, but I don't know why it dropped. Where was I? This. Oh, great. Now my camera has decided to be. I'm having one of those days. You know it? Everything has been fighting me today. Do this. Do this. There. Stop being a jerk. Okay. I guess select is, we're already kind of borrowing databasey type terms. Unfortunately, I know those days too well, right? Sometimes it just happens. Like I feel just kind of scatterbrained today in general. I'm back to background removal because I got a green screen. Just a sheet that's green, right? Basically is what they sent me, which is fine. It's not quite neon green, which I think they probably should be, but it was working okay yesterday. Today my lighting isn't good enough because I don't really have like, studio lighting. I've just got house lighting. So it was like removing parts of me and stuff, and it was not ideal, and I messed with it for like 20 minutes, and I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna fall back for today. I'll have to figure out something else. Like an angel with a that's headphones. That's what they are. The upside is that having a more consistent background seems to have made it easier for the background removal to figure out what is me, and I just get a green aura. I'm glowing. Oh, one of those days. Let's just do a, we'll call you select. That's kind of generic-ish enough. So, in case we get a message in, let's not do that. We're going to switch on the message dot type. Then we in here want to say if it is select. Then we're going to switch this like so. Case it is a, gosh, what did I deleted it. I shouldn't have. It was a map tile widget. We do this. Let's not call you data type though. And then case connection tile widget. Basically just this same thing. And then we can drive default here. Let's do What were we doing? We were just logging a warning that says for this, I believe it was that. And then this is unexpected data type for this. No, I lied. Yeah. I don't know if I can do this without. Yeah, I can't. I can only do that on a type assertion. That's fine. And then this is data, I believe. Yes, because that should %t should give us the type out. Okay, so that is a select handled. I guess a delete for the sake of an edit bar can be used as a deselect. That's fine. And we're going to ditch this. I don't like this. Don't think. I'm going to just comment it out for a second until I want to handle that. Unexpected event type. This needs to become unexpected message type. And this is type again, just like so. Okay. Then this needs to be actually we can do this both places. We can just call you update data. Here we say dot message type equals create and then here it'll be update like so. And then down here, this is a delete event. Oops. Gosh, it's twice now. Fill the fields. Thank you. Delete. Like so. Okay. Then we just need to come over here and do the similar thing, similar refactor. So we have that. I get a warm feeling inside my chest seeing the indentations. Do you have any tests? For this UI code, no. Because it's UI code. Part of trying to break this up more is to help try to make it more testable. I don't know exactly how that's going to pan out, though, because it's UI. For things that are not UI, absolutely. Message Broker has tests for its functionality. Server is where most of the testing lives because there's no UI. It's a server, right? It makes it testable. So you have tests for the tiles and how they behave. We have tests for map and how it behaves. Lots and lots and lots of tests. I love tests. Testing the UI stuff, it's a thing that I would need to dig into more. There's not really in any way to do it that I'm aware of provided by Cogent. And then we would have to get into something that would drive clicking on a screen to really truly establish testing, right? And that becomes really fragile quickly. So I don't know. Yeah. It's kind of funny because I am so very protest. I came up through support. I worked in QA. I've done all that. I'm a believer in testing. I love testing. I think more people should test. But I'm working on this project that is essentially forcing me to be the person that doesn't test, not automatedly. Because it is in the two areas that are almost impossible to automated test, UI and games. Okay, so that this is actually, we should change this while we're here. And we'll space those out just so it stops yelling at me. I'm with you on the indenting though. It makes me deeply, deeply happy. Here we're going to do the same thing instead of switching on the message type. We're going to switch on the message type. I know that sounds confusing. It makes sense if you read the screen. And then this will be right now. We want to say create. Then we want to switch on. No, we don't switch. We will. We'll put it in there. That way in the future, we can expand on this if we need to. So if it's tile update data, then we go ahead and we do update tile data. Default. We say expect data type for this type of message, and it is this type. Message type data. Case message broker deletes We'll do the same thing here. Set this up for the future. I can actually just grab all of this, put you here. Data. And then same. Then the default for everything, the top, is that we say unhandled data type, but this is no longer data type. What did I call it before? Unexpected message type. I like that. Actually, I like unhandled better. Let's fix that. And then this is no longer that. It's a string. See by map widget, this is message.type. Okay. Then we need to come down here to tile handler, dispatch message. Right. Either we have to do what we were doing before and just blindly blast responses, or, which I don't like, or we need to put in like a wait for a response, because you don't want us to deadlock here forever if for some reason a response doesn't happen. Or we have to do this. I think I like the idea of a wait better. So can I... If I add this to the message, that would be a thing. It would probably make sense to put the waiter in message broker with as a like a helper function with a parameter for timeout. That would probably make sense. Yeah, I think so. So to satisfy this, you need to give me a response channel, which is a chan that holds interface, or do I want to? That would get rid of this, right? Or we could repurpose this. It's only used here in our test. That's fine. I guess we could do, instead of details, we can delete that. Instead of details, we can say message in his error. And then as part of this, it would return not a channel interface, but a channel that takes response. Then we need to fix this if we do that. And then we also need to, our message broker test will be broken, which is fine. Text message will also need that returns channel response, and we just return response channel like so. That fixes my test. Then we need to implement that here. Like so. And also over here. This might end up being something different, but for now, we can make it that. That's fine. And then we just need to turn that. And I didn't do that over here. Turn that. Fixes my interfaces up. Then let's do await response that is going to return a response. Timeout is a time dot duration. We can do 4. Is it a select? this also needs to be, actually we could put this off of, make you a method. No, because you're not, that's just the data structure. We could do, no. We're just going to keep that simple. Gosh, why can I never remember the syntax for this? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. It's a case. It's just a select with nothing, case this, case we get a thing, then we return res. Default is if now is after timeout will be, nope, not that. Deadline will be now dot add timeout if time.now is after deadline. Turn an error as well. We return nil and like so. Oh, that just return an empty response because it's not a pointer. There we go. Okay, so now what we would do is we put this in and then we need to add it to the message. Wouldn't go here though. It would go in here. Let's do a helper for this as well. Just so that we can say response channel is messbroker.new response channel. We send it. we'll put this inside of the else, or inside of an else, because either way, in either case, we need to get this. Is message broker, oops, dot await response on response channel. And let's say has a 1 second leeway there. Error is not nil, then we used to just do snacky bar, and we can still do that. Message snack bar, not form header frame. We'll just do error. No, we'll do, yeah, error, error. Oh, I forgot to printf that, like so. But also, if response is error, then we do a snacky bar for error updating map. And we put in the message. Actually, what we could do here is just say that. In this case, we do message equals this. Otherwise, message equals let's not even do that. We'll just do response message. How did we do that before? Let me just borrow this from Past Me. Past Me had some good ideas. Never mind. We changed things. We'll do that. Still. And that's still fine. We could do let's do this. Tile, yeah. And then the we don't even do the message in this case because we never returned it before. This can just be the message type. And we do need that. Sorry. This needs just to be message snack bar frame message. Then this can go away. These need to get fixed. This is tile handler, so we need to say click notification or click event. Click notification is app edit message, fill the fields. Message type is wait. Here we sent unedited bar message. Yeah, okay. Map headed message. It should just be map message. Either way, that's fine. It'll have they implement the interface, so it's fine. This is a select. Data is map tile widget. Sorry, tile widget. Then we dispatch click notification like so. Response channel can be nil. That's fine. Type method as a pointer receiver. Did I? Oh. Did I do that over here? No. Okay. And here we need to say deselect notification message type broker dot delete and data and response channel can both be nil. That doesn't matter. Deselect notification. This needs to be essentially the same stuff here, except we put the connection widget in. And this is actually exactly the same. Now, what have I overlooked? Oh, no, this is just one we didn't do yet. We set no message. We set error to false. We don't dispatch message, though. This is where we need to which is Jan broker dot response. And here we just do put the result in that channel. We're done. Don't do action anymore. Down here we do send it on the channel. But we should also say if isn't nil, think we have a nil channel. Yeah. If it's not nil, we do that. Same deal here. Because this doesn't necessarily have to exist. In this case, it will, but for things like the deselect, it won't, because we don't care about the response. Just do it. Come on, do it. Do it. Just do it. And then we wait the response in here. Think everything. Oh, no, we forgot this. It needs to, and we only do tile update right now. We need to do, this is not correct. This should not be create. This should be updates, but this is, this is not data. This is data and message dot response channel. We probably want to, yes. Message broker dot response. If we have an error, we can still log, but take you out of here. Put that there before I forget. And then we can say, in all cases, we're going to need a response, which is a message broker dot response. Fill the fields for me. That's fine. In this case, we say response dot message equals this error. Response dot is error is true. Otherwise, we just go with it. So we log, we update, we do if response channel is not nil, response channel, boop, put in response. Other thing I might want to do here is, should be an edit bar, because this is where we create yield channel. We're going to say we're going to put a helper in here. Drain and close channel. And we had this in somewhere. Where did I put this? Here's where I had this. We'll lose the logging, that's fine. And then here we can say drain and close channel, sub.channel. Can I do this? If I did that, then it wouldn't be able to do this. Maybe I need to just leave this alone. We probably want to have that logged anyway. This can just be for that, I guess. That's probably fine. Because we want to defer draining and closing that. Wait response. The other time we need that is here. Response channel. Dispatch that, and then we need to this is broker dot await response on response channel. Give it a 1 second timeout. If error isn't nil. What did we do up here? We just did error awaiting response. Return. Error awaiting tile. Change response, let's say. To differentiate it from down here where we need to do error awaiting tile delete response. Then we need to do the same thing. And actually, in this case, since I'm repeating this entire block, what I can do await and print response. This will all go in here. This will need channel, which is a chan message broker response. And let's give it snack bar frame or snack bar parent. And operation and maybe that's okay. We'll put a timeout here because you might want to change that await response channel. There's an error. We do snack bar parent this. It is error awaiting IP response, and IP in this case is operation. If the response is an error, then we have error in this case being operation response message still, and then otherwise we have it. And that is operation. We do snacky bar for snack bar parent with the message in it, like that. And then we can come back up here and say await and print response, which takes the channel, which is data.response channel. It takes the parent, which is eb.frame. It takes operation string, which is tile update. We need to do a little QL here, QOL, little devx bot. And then the last parameter is timeout dot second. And it doesn't really print the response. It wait and snack bar response. Just thinking about whether or not I want to actually return a string or not. Snackbot. You like that? Not sure if I want to return a string there or not. Maybe I just want to leave it. Maybe just have it put it into snacky bar for me. And then this would become, we dispatch await and Shineki by response, data dot response channel, eb dot frame. This is delete tile 1 times time dot second, and then we can get rid of all that. We leave our refresh tile in there, but we also do defer draining close channel, response channel. Okay. Now, this also needs response channel given to it. Think that almost approaches a degree of sanity. Down here, we're going to say I think I can do that. Can't do that. I'm just going to leave it for now. I want to see if I have broken everything or not. Let's find out. I can't do delete because that's broken still. That's fine. We'll fix that in a little bit. My button. Now they're here. Why did you disappear at first? Tile update successful. Believe I can still do that, but I don't have that wired up yet. That's right. So it appears to be working. This needs to be this can be error performing, tile update, or whatever. And then the error. I think we did this a little bit ago, and I discovered that to upper is now making everything all uppercase. Yeah. Or not to upper, that's not what I wanted title. To title. All characters mapped to their title case, which is also just to upper. I don't understand why, but okay, you know, whatever. Thought there was a... we can do that. Rings dot place pure fluff, pure polish, but old string is operation at the 0 index, and then new string is dot to upper 0 index. Number is 1. Can I do that? No. What if I make it a rune? No. Is there... has to be an easier way to do this. Like, I could take it apart and put it back together again, but why would I want to do that, right? To title, that does that. To title special also does the same thing. Cases, that's what it was. English for now. We'll worry about localization later. And then this. Lower this we should already. We should already lowercase that just for experience. And then this is that's do not or science, right? Just so like whatever you throw in here, it comes out in your message in a predictable way, right? Can I not? Oh no, that's a deer. It's case of string. That's what it is. That. The result of transforming S to the case. Yes, there we go. I already stole a lot of your phrases. You're welcome to steal them. I'm curious which ones specifically you enjoy using the most. And how many people look at you like you're insane when you use them. For science is the best one. So if I do that, title update successful. But that, oh, right, because that could be more than one word, which makes the maybe I was overthinking things a little bit. Sentence case. Nope. Just lower up. I don't know what fold is. I could do this in any number of ways, but I want to do it in a nice way, a pretty way, you know. Kind of surprised that this isn't already a thing. This is kind of the opposite way. I guess we could do that. See what other things they have to say. If there's anybody with that doesn't look right. Mm. Ah, there's a string builder way to do it. I probably like that most. Let's do that one. Strings dot builder. They did it this way, and I suspect that's because then I don't have to make an empty one. Then I can just do write string to upper string. Actually, can write a rune, get the rune of operation at 0, like so, and then write string operation from index 1 to the end. SB dot string. Then, there we go. That didn't do that at all. And that's because but to upper takes I want to upper like that. The button's intermittently disappearing is perturbing. I'll have to chase that down. There we go. Okay. The things I do just because they'll drive me crazy if I don't. So there's that. Hopefully there aren't other cases where I want different casing. All of that good for now. Let's close this. I'm done with this for right now. Let's do a quick commit here. Fix edit bar and map widget to use the new interface message broker. Interface based, yeah. Remove blind response messaging in favor of a response channel. All right, so next up, we need to move the we have update. We need to move create into here. We need to consume that message. Right now, it should be being dropped. We can't test it because delete is broken right now. We'll need to fix that in a minute too. But the other thing we'll need to do is handle the connections. as well with the new methods. Currently, it's because we were doing it this way. This is what drove the need to have a message type and a better way to determine what we were doing. So let's first tackle just putting in the case message broker dot create. We'll do a switch on the data again. Specifically the data's actual type. Oops. If it's tile update data, which it should still be. Yes. Then we created my create takes data, which is an update data, update tile. Oh, that's right. Update tile takes care of that. So we just need to wire that up. We don't want to switch on an OR here though, because this could be doing double duty. We just do that. Default, we log for ourselves unexpected data type for message, like so. So that would wire up great. If we didn't have delete broken, we would be able to just that. But that's fine. We'll have to fix that after we kind of finish. We're still halfway torn apart. Also wire up the tile creation message to tile update. It does double duty. Let me just triple check. I'm not completely insane. Update tile. If it's inbounds, this tile. If it's nil, yeah, if we don't have anything there, add it. Yes, okay. Good, good, good. Push that up. And then we can continue on with our mission to get the connection tile stuff into this system. And that is button bar stuff here. Button bar, there you are. This. Go through our transits. If we're set to delete, then we need to, well, first off, we need to have a data. End bar message, fill the fields. We leave the type out. Data in this case is dot selected transits at index dot update data. Response channel will be message broker. New response channel. Defer broker dot train and close dot response channel. Ooh, we can't defer because we're inside of a for loop. That's okay. We'll just need to be careful to do that at the end here. So if it's delete, then our dot message type equals delete. Origin tile, destination tile, called disconnect on the tile. But this should be in map widgets. Because it needs to know about these things. This will take a tile, which is a connection tile wrapper. Call you tile wrapper. So what you're going to do is say tile wrapper dot tile dot disconnect from. Ooh, no, you can't take that either. You can take an update data is what you can do. Transit update data. And then you I don't even need to do that really because it's just, it gets way cleaner. We just say data.origin dot tile dot disconnect data dot destination dot tile. And then I do dot origin dot button dot update dot destination dot button dot update. And then does that make sense? Let's see here. This response is going to look a little different. That's fine. We don't actually need to update these buttons because we don't display the the connection inside the button in any way, shape, or form. This has that. That's fine. It's because we defer refresh selected here. That's how we update the UI for that. Okay, that's good. That's fine. So we do that, and instead of disconnect doesn't return anything, right? Yeah, no. So we don't even need a response channel for this. We need it for that though, down below. So we'll leave it in there. What we do here instead is we say eb.messagebroker.dispatch message. This is widget topic. Oh, maybe I should flip this on its ear. Maybe this should be its own name. Oh, I'm an idiot. This should be its own name. And then map widget should be subscribing to say, hey, I'm interested in edit bars, messages. Or did I do that? What have I done? Map widget topic. Yeah. And then in our setup, new edit bar, we run, which subscribes to its own message to broker topic. Okay, well, we'll fix this in a minute. That would be better because then multiple subscribers to events fired by button bar, let's say, would be able to subscribe. And it would just dispatch a message that says, hey, this is the topic. This is my topic. Whoever listens is whoever's listening. That would be much, much more sane. But yeah, this is data. Then this goes away. And then I don't actually want to await and snacky bar this. I want to how do I want to do this? I do want to do some waiting. I basically want to do this part. response channel. 1 second is a million years in this context. That's fine. If the error is not nil, then I do want to put a shenanigans bar in the frame that says, hey, I had an issue here. Error awaiting connection update. Tile disconnect response. I don't return in that case, though. And then otherwise, if the response is in error, then I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to say, wait, yeah, I do want to return here. I had an error, just stop, right? Put a shenanigans bar out, say there was an issue, and stop doing things. This frame error performing error deleting connection. This and also here, if we have an error, put it out and then stop doing things. Otherwise, we're just going to continue. We'll add an edit count like so. Okay. This will have to be similar, except apply transit data, transit form data to tile would then need to move over here. We did a similar thing, apply tile form data to tile. This is going to end up living in the tile, but for now, it's fine. We left it here just because it didn't make sense to move it yet. Here we need to, I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to fire this up before I forget. If on a delete, it is not a map tile widget, but a case of a transit update data. Disconnect tile data. Oh, I'm an idiot. Not possible to get an answer back from delete right now. Disconnect tile, calls disconnect. So all of this just goes away. Damn it. Well, we won't delete it because we're going to use it down here. This does have answers. Just got ahead of myself. Okay, that's fine. Disconnect tile. Perfect. Up here, cancel button, that's fine. That's all fine. The updated apply transform. So this needs to go. Okay. Message type is broker dot update. and we make sure that this is going to be problematic. Let's do this here. And it can be reused. That should be fine. Drain and close. Response channel. There. So. In this case, then we do dispatch the message. This is just, this is right now map widget topic data. That handles this. This all comes up, or down, rather, in place of this. That's what I was... Like so. And then, at the very end of this, all... Did I just nuke that by accident as part of the... No, I must have nuked it earlier. It should be like the last thing. Hit account lives there. Yeah. Then we just do snack bar, eb.frame. Put that one level too high, put that there. Because tile edit no longer uses that. So we do that. If we have issues, we stop there. We spit out an error. Otherwise, we'll spit out how many are changed. Let's make sure to connect this correctly. If it's update case transit update data, that's where this used to happen. Holy cow, the wind just kicked back up like crazy. It was so calm for just the afternoon. So this applies, and this needs to be How did I used to handle this? That's not what I want. We need to do the stuff here. And then this is just data. This handles both of them. This is actually what we need. I just need this whole function to move. Okay. If I do that, then I can do this. Rename you to data. That becomes unused. Come over here. I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom, and I'll be right back. All right. It is windy. It is raining, kind of, like sprinkly. And a dust storm because it's windy. I will be glad to leave this place. It has been nothing but wind and crappy weather for like the past week. And I'm over it. I can like taste the dust, the really, really fine particulate in the air. It's gross. Wind is so nice. No, I don't like the wind. It's probably my least favorite kind of weather. But it's also like, it's very windy. It's like, let's see. Oh, yeah, yeah. National Weather Service warning of a dust storm. Thank you. Let's see. Let's see what the weather says. It says winds at 20 to 30 miles an hour, but that's a lie. We come here. It doesn't, yeah, it's saying 20. That's a lie. These are like 40-mile-an-hour winds for sure. 40 to 50 gustsies. I don't know what that translates to in kilometers, as in the measure of how much killing is done. That's too much wind. Let's see. I don't have an easy way to transfer a picture from my phone to the laptop here. Like I could do it. It would just, I'd have to go put it in the cloud and pull it back down or something. But I have a picture from yesterday where it's like, it's just brown outside. Do you ever fear the weather when staying in your RV? Only when it's like literally a hurricane. I was in the path of Beryl last year when they called the direction. Like initially it was supposed to go to the west of me. And I thought maybe I'd catch the edge just a little bit, and I was just going to stay put. But then the morning of, they're like, no, it's going to come up to the north and east instead. And I was like, I don't see a reason to stay here. My house has wheels. I'm just going to go. So I did. In a perfect world, I would have left the day before, but the world ain't perfect. Yeah. I guess the other thing, it's not really fear, but anxiety. I get anxiety over freezing temperatures because I don't want anything to freeze and break. Like I have a heater and, you know, it heats the water pipes and stuff too, but there's only so much that can do. Eventually it could get cold enough in some spots. So I try to avoid that for multiple reasons. It's also really expensive. America's a scary place. You have such a variety when it comes to your weather. Yes. Comes from being very, very big. There's I'm in a Discord for other crazy RV people, and somebody posted a picture this morning saying, you know, that as a joke, I don't know why my solar panels aren't working, and they were covered in snow. Whereas yesterday, it was like 80 here. 80 freedom degrees. Today it's only like 60 freedom degrees, which is perfectly fine. That's like comfy hoodie weather, thus my coziness. This doesn't return errors anymore, but I do want to still do that. 80 what? Freedom degrees, freedom units, degrees Fahrenheit. No, 80 is very warm. 80 is 80 is 26.6666667 degrees Celsius. Today it is 15.55556 degrees Celsius. Apparently the wind blew away my internet again. I think I'm back. Wonder if all the dust in the air is somehow not making my internet happy. I'm not a radio expert, so I don't know if that's plausible or not, but I think we're back in action. Like, I have a clear shot to the sky, but I've had really, really bad internet the past week, which has been windy and dusty, so it might be related. But yeah, the 60 degrees is pretty good weather. With -9 Celsius, I would die. Where did -9 come from? Must have missed something. I don't know where 15 came from. Maybe. 15C today. 15 Celsius. yeah. -9 Celsius. That would be, or 15 Fahrenheit. That'd be too cold. Don't want that. No, thank you. I used to live in Alaska. I have experienced negative 29 degrees Celsius. That's too cold. I don't want that, especially when it's windy at that. That makes it feel like minus 34-ish, depending. I still want the errors. I don't want to put them into a return, though. This is going to need... message broker response. We're going to do... response, fill the fields. We're going to have this actually be up here, like so, because down here, we're going to say if this up here is error is true, that otherwise it can just be an empty. That's fine. Put in response at the end, like so. This can be update connection, data, msg.response channel. Wire that up. Perfection. Love that. Get that all tidied up. And then I've already got the wait response. We got the edits. I think we're good to try that. Let's see if I've missed anything here. Okay. Let's try deleting one of you. Apply. We only now have the West. That's correct. Two connections edited. Fantastic. And if I delete both, we remove that. Fantastic. Okay. This we need to do commit just do move connection editing to use message broker. All right, so let's think about this. If we flip this on its head, this would just become still the same name, but add widget topic. Then we would dispatch on be message broker topic. Like so. And then over here, message broker name. This is EB. Wait, no. No, I had it right the first time because load that. This is subscribing to anything addressed for itself. And in this case, it is addressing this message to the map widget topic. Yeah, I had that right. You could do it the other way around, but that's fine. All right, so that is all good. What's next? We need to now I want to pull these packages apart first, or do I want to pull tile and map tile and connection tile out first? Hmm. It's a real good question. Let me check. Now that we have pulled this out, I don't think we need game map anymore. Looks like not. Good. Let's see. Do we have... This doesn't need that anymore. This can get rid of this. You still take this map. That's fine. Um, we have tile here, but we've moved that. And the only reason we still have it is because... I can just collapse this real quick. Update tile. Call it over here. Pull this tile out. But because it doesn't, it's only used here. Doesn't actually make sense to have this as its separate function either. We can just do this, and that gets rid of this. This becomes this tile, and this is just data, right? Yeah. Same with this, just data. That gets rid of this and gets it out of there. And that actually gets rid of that as well. I think. Oh, no, this needs this part. Too aggressive. This one needs to go away. This one needs to stay. Like so. I have one too many of them. There we go. Oops. You update the tile if there's not an error. We do all those things. If there is, we log it, but we also need to set up the over here where we call button bar, then we edit the tile, await and snack bar response. This should just be, that's actually, that's fine. The so also throw myself a note here to do else handle expanding the map. This can just be air. And we can still log this. We don't need to do that. Oops. That, like so. Okay. And then creating the edit struct. That's going to live in tile, I think, eventually. So I think pulling tile out separate is the next move. I think that makes the most sense. Do a quick commit for clean up unused code from the old method. Get over there. There we go. So we're going to do this then. What we're going to want to do is not server. Let's close that before I make a mistake. You still live in map editor. It's just going to be a new directory for a new package that is room tile. Sure. I think. And then let's see here. Map tile widget. Yes. This comes over here. Ooh, we still have this in here though. Okay, hang on. We got to get rid of that first. So take that out. What does that affect? It affects this, where we get the connection buttons. But if this is instead, it's used once over here in edit bar. Neighbor connections is this. So we need to wire this up in some way, shape, or form that doesn't rely on this, which I didn't like anyway, but it's fine. It was working until now, where we clean things up. The other place it's used over here apparently is when we build it, right? We don't need that. Don't care about that at all. But this connection tile widget, this could be so right now we just call it the map and ask for the neighbors of a coordinate. That would be fine. But when we split this up, that's going to break. And that's that. So we want to do this in a way that is robust to that future planned change. Could put it into the event bus and give a response channel, say, hey, tell me about this thing. But let's also think here. This is setting the select. Okay, this is only for this is for building the selected stuff. This fetches all of those neighboring connections in there. I see. Well, the answer is to send it over. Don't make edit bar figure it out. Tile widget. Because we build our connections over here as well. So we can use this, but it's going to happen here. Map tile widget is just going to need to know does that make sense? No, because then we might get in trouble breaking these up when the with circular references, right? Because a connection needs to know about a tile already. Or does it? At this stage, yes. But maybe that doesn't need to be... part of the map widget. Maybe it can come up here and then here. Connection tile widget. Whereas this used to, yeah, this used to, this is a list. We have this. This is no longer in this. This is in connections. So we can still build the transit update data like that. That? No. Okay, I see that would break that and that. Okay, that's fine. We're still on the right track. We just need to do that a little differently. You don't have... This might bite me, but... call you connections. You are that. Then this can be... connections instead. That fixes all of that. Gets rid of that. This needs to hang off of where we build tile button. We have the view grid chords. So this could be off of map widget. And then it should take that. This goes away. This becomes mw.viewgrid. This is xcord. Xcode. Actually, I kind of like this X and this Y better. And then we look at the view grid, the X and the Y for there, like that. Then up here, we set the view grid, and then we can say get connection buttons. From the X and the Y of the view grid. And this is widget dot connections equals that. And that in theory fixes that issue. So we have those now still, but you should have deselect that for me. This should not be 4 connections. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 connections. Where has east? What have I done wrong? Is it over here perhaps? Because this isn't view grid. This should be wait. What did this used to be? It used to be view grid. But see, yeah, this all used to be view grid. So why then? Right. Okay, because this is the buttons themselves. We grab the connection buttons. So that does make sense. And we extract data from them. this is because we build this. This is exactly why we're cleaning this up, because it's hard to think about. Because we had the buttons before we finalized the view grid, which builds all my connections. That's why. So this actually needs to get set. Also because when we change it, this should be this. Or, not that. And it's view chords, not view grid. That's fine. That, I think, fixes that. Yes. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so the other thing is so if I was to delete that, that does not update this button. So on the update, we also need to say we already have connections, so we'll just call you con. Update data. Theoretically, yes. That should fix that. Yes, it's deleted that. So it only goes this way now. Not sure if I like that UI wise, but that's fine for now. Probably want to put just like a a line there or something, but these are placeholder icons, so that's fine for now. So that does fix that. The thing I wonder though is if I delete, well, I can't delete both, so if I delete this one, so now I need to delete 1, 2 to 2, 3. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Everything just works. Okay, fantastic. I love that. All right, so that fixes up that as well, where we had the stuff, the parent object in there, which I didn't like anyway. Let's do a quick commit here. Which is kind of 2 bugs with 1 stone. I like that. So we push that up. Then we can do now the room tile stuff that I was trying to get to, but that's not me. This can come out completely. This comes over here. This is, for now, map tile widget, connection tile widget. That's not exported. I need to do that. Do that temporarily. This is map editor. That's what the package is called. This can just be widget. That. But then I have cyclic imports immediately. Okay, that's fine. Connection tile will pull out. I do listen to music while I'm coding. I stopped playing music on stream because A, it was royalty free and it started to get old. And I don't want to get in trouble for playing, copyrighted music. But also, like, if somebody else wants to work along, maybe they don't like music, maybe they don't like the selection, maybe they want to listen to their own music. So figured I'd try that until somebody complained. What do I listen to? Yes. Right now, Ronald by Falling in Reverse is playing, but it's just about to finish, and we'll see what's up next. I can also just look in the queue, I think. Next is Savior by Rise Against, but I'm all over the place, music-wise. My liked songs has, like, here's Rise Against, here's the Dreadnoughts, here's some Icebreaker, I think is how you pronounce that. Megahertz is in there, Santiano, Blackmore's Night, Nigel Stanford, Silly Wizard, Unleash the Archers, Falconer, There's a little Credence in there. Blue October. Some V&V Nation. If old school EDM is your jam, you might have heard of them. We've got Prodigy. Dark, Dark, Dark. I've got stuff all over the place. There's even like there's Celtic punk, there's Celtic folk, there's um regular folk a little bit in there. I kind of just put it on the liked songs and let it go, and I just rock out. I try. I know a little bit of German. I don't speak it very well. I read it better. Okay, so we need to pull out connection tile widget as well. You will come over here. And then you need connection direction. And your button. This needs to come over here with you. And that means connection icon has to come over as well, which is fine. These guys need to come over. This comes with you. You go with that. Believe. Oops. Left you behind. Believe these are going to have to be exported, but that's okay for now. Icons will go inside of you so that all works. For now, connection icon has to come over. Fix that in a minute. This is going to be widget. Leave that for now. Direction. Embed isn't needed there anymore. Take that out. Didn't like it there anyway. To fix that. Figure out how I want to do that. But That. I do not have this. This is what I need. Which relies on me having this. I don't use that anymore. Yeah, this gets exported. This gets exported. Oop. Oop, let's cancel that. Exclude, not remove. Don't mess with my strings. Just fix the code. Oop, did I just do the wrong thing? It's on autopilot thinking about the bits and pieces. There we go. That fixes that. And now you are that. Update data needs to hang off of, these all need to hang off of, and or rather live in here and become widgets. That's not what I want. Name all the receivers to W. That's fine. That. That. This will need to go live in the map tile widget, room tile. Okay, this now becomes that, making that unused, which is fantastic. This comes over here. Receiver is now just widget. You just become W, that's fine. think about that one a little bit. This, just go back to the top here. I think that's good. That. Like so. Because these. Yeah, these all just need to live over in connection tile land. And then we would need to which used to be here. What are you? Your core value, I think. And then this would just become no. Are you? Units.value. There we go. And then this is width, and this is height. I'm going to do the same thing. To export this as well. Want to export that, that's fine with it. Just a second here. Let's get that in. That. That. And then when we call it, that. That. Actually, Yeah, it does make sense to do this here because all the handlers and everything need to be registered from here. Oh crap, no. How do I want to do this? If I move this over, which I'm kind of inclined to do, let's do this. Let's back this up and pull it over. And this is now new connection button, let's just say. And then this is now connection direction. This. Let's fix that in a minute. Don't know that these actually need to be exported. If we do this, quite happy to leave them internal unless there's a good reason to. So then we do, don't know what this type, because this is just widget now. That's why you are a widget. This build connections is the problem because we'd need to pass these all in, which is fine. I can do that. This is easy to fix. I just do the view grid assignment here and here. The build connections is a problem because this relies on relies on the view grid and knowledge of the parent and what's around, which is fine, but I don't think that can be pulled over. Does this make sense, or can we do this a better way? We pass in the parent, that's fine. We can even pass in a logger, that's fine. We need to let's just do it. I want this to be a frame though. No? Oh, right, because this needs grid sizes unless no, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. We would need to do like a either pass everything or have like a provider type thing that knows about those base parameters. Which would be okay. Because we also want to cache the SVGs, I think. Either that or Hmm. Don't think I like that idea. Um, no, we already did this. It's gosh, what were they? Units dot value. Do that, and then update func, which is a func that takes pointer to a widget and on click, which is a func takes a pointer to a widget. So then I could do this. And then that these guys both get those. And then I also just need a logger. Do that. That. This is, but I would want this just to be a new button. You need to be we used to have you in what did I call you? Oops. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? God Night Joe. Game map. Is that view grid is this, which is just that. Would have just been map widget, right? Nope, not this one. I wasn't. I was up here in this one first. And then direction, size X, size Y. This would be this is a horizontal, so this is grid tile height full, tile width narrow. And then this is build connections. And then this is not that. This is tile handler. And then I need log as well. Frame. Frame is what we called you. Frame is what you automatically called. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. So all of that gets us the button, and then view grid at grid X. This is that Y equals new button that. Let's call you connection button. Right. You do need to return that. That. So if we're going to do that, then we need to also return error. So I think we can actually ditch logger. That's good. I like that. I'd rather not have it, if at all possible. like that. And then that down one more. Gosh, that's just such a long function, but error, creating new connection tile, error. Okay, so we need to do one more of these. But this is tile button, which we haven't moved yet. That. And that. Okay. Then we would need to do this one more time down here. Well, 3 more times, but the same process, which is okay. We just need to be careful that we get the measurements correct, or the parameters for the measurements correct. Tile handler is for a tile widget. Let's also make sure that also, did I give this is tile handler, but this should be connection handler. Um, which is still that, yeah, that makes sense, but we just need to make button can be public, that's fine, or can be exported rather. Then all of that should still work. Build connections is going to be the real bear. You get coordinates, that's fine. This would get pulled out. Oops, I don't need that. Don't know why I would need a wrapper anymore, though. If I was to do this, I would just be able to put the tile in here, right? That would make more sense. This needs to be nil. I think we're on the right track still. Happened there. Yeah. I think what we do is first just get back to functional with this. So we can do. You can be tile wrapper, which will be exported. Kind of got ahead of myself. I need to go back here and finish this part first. Doesn't make sense not to. This actually gets X index, row index. But it gets diagonal, which means it's X and it's Y. I'm gonna pull these out and make it driven off of the direction and just give it a single thing. But that for now it's fine. So this should be height. I've done this backwards. Crap. Width narrow. Height short. Down here, or over here, I should say. Connection tile. Yep. X and Y. So yeah, this needs to be. These need to be flippy floppied. Up in new map. Yes. This goes here. Fixed. This goes here. Fixed. That's width, narrow, height, short. That's good. We need to also view grid at X index, row index equals connection button. Don't remember exactly what I was doing with view grid. We'll just go for now and clean it up later if we can. This is all pretty close to correct for this, except for vertical. Oh my gosh, I can't spell. Vertical. There we go. So this is width full, height short. Like so. Like so. This is just a direct duplicate here for us being at the end. Oops. Here. Like so. That's this. Wait, is that not what I made you? Room tiles. What I made you? Room tile widget. Room tile widget button can be exported. That's fine. What did I miss here? Ah, crap. This is connection handler is what it is. That mean I screwed up? Does. Fixed one of them, but not the other. Okay, so this, like so. Love that. These, just need to change that. That's fine. I should have refactored instead of just editing, but too late. That's fine. We fix. Fixy fix, fix, fix. Like so. Perfect. Okay. Now. Logger still broken, but that's fine. Unused import, fine. Worry about that in a minute. Actually, what I think I want to do. We'll probably pull these back to map and let it give this a selection of icons that it can use. But for now, let's just do that so it stops annoying me. Let's put this up here. Something like that, I think. Okay, so that fixes that up a little bit. Tile button will need to go live in room tile. similar to how we did this. I used to love mods when I was younger. I played one called Underworld Dreams, and its world was fantastic. I miss those kinds of experiences. Nice, nice. Yeah, I played or I forget the name now. It was one of the Iron Realms ones. Was kind of my introduction to mods, and I also enjoyed that. Nostalgia is kind of how I wound up starting this project, combined with just it sounded fun. How about I say new room button, which what we'll call you. You are going to need a lot of the same stuff as we did over here, I think. Let's put you down here as well. So you're going to need a parent. That won't change. Point, Euclid chords can be a point. This is going to be a little different. I should look over this instead. This is going to have to come over. That's fine. Okay, so when we do this, right here is where we have it. So we have right, we did that because of the 2 coordinates, and it could get confusing. That makes sense. And it returns a frame because we make a container for it. So this will end up becoming new room button, the frame, still use both of those. But it's going to need more than that. And this, not that, that's parent. This needs size X, size Y. That. Like so. Hey, thanks for follow. I really appreciate that. This is now just a widget because we're inside of this. map tile. Okay. So that this needs to go away and be replaced with, which is a game map.tile. And we don't need coordinates for this. We just need x index, y index. Grid at. Grid at takes a point. It does. So this needs to be that. This can be that, because that returns, yes, that's good, that's fine. You are exported now. We have that. It's going to need to return an error if there is one instead of, actually we can't error currently, and that's probably fine. Euclid chords button is new button, which we'll just space out a little bit so it stands out. This needs update func, which is a function that takes a pointer to a widget. But it needs to do, it is just a func, turns a pointer to a tile. Then grid at over here. Why did I do it this way? It's because down here we call no, it's not even there. All of this is going to be broken by this, but that's fine. It's updated. Does it even get used anymore? Update tile. That's for actually making the update to the tile. Was it here? Gonna do that for now. This is easy. This goes away. This becomes give you the game map tile. This is widthful, heightful, and then we do at uGrid X, uGrid Y. Let's call you though that can go away. That fixes that. We need to do this for sure can go away. Got distracted again. The call you on click again. This is on click. So this is tile handler. This needs to be connection update. I guess we can call it and then updater. That's not the correct signature. Could it be though? Get connection buttons. You're like damn apples. I like them a lot. And this needs to return that. Deleted too many things. There you go. That, like so. Pretty chords needs to live somewhere else because it used to live here, but we're going to want to use this in lots of places. This is going to go live in shared coordinates. And you're just going to be called pretty. Let's make sure we put you in the correct place. Actually, we could hang you off of to keep up our pattern. We wouldn't need this. We just do P. I think I like that more. That we can get rid of now or close now. That cleans that up for now. Now you need the updater, which was connection buttons. Okay. This is going to be kind of a headache, but that we called you tile wrapper. That this connections needs to be It all needs to be exported for now until we clean it up. That's fine for now. No, it's not. Connection tile. Fix that real quick. Which is the widget. Direction needs to be exported. Leave my strings alone, please. Just the code. Okay, there. Horizontal. Export that. 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 This. Oops. There needs to be a button. That will need to be, for now, exported. That. Oh, one too many. There we go. This is tile widget. That's been exported. This has been exported. That's pretty you. That. 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 Room tile widget. Tile. Map tile. Button. Pretty. That. A little bit more. That and that, like so. Oops. All kinds of wrong. There we go. Room tile. Map tile. Button. Button. Tile. This. Pretty. What I should do is this. I knew this was going to be big refactor, but I'm still finding myself just thinking, gosh, this is a big refactor. I missed a tile. Oh well, that's fine. I missed two of them. Oh no. Come back here. That. Connection, connection. Connections, connections. All of you. Button, 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 button. All the buttons. And this is tile wrapper. That's what I called you. And this is lowercase because you're a package. There we go. This and that. Delete. Pretty. There we go. Missed one. Like so. Okay, I think that's all of this function, I hope. Hope it's all this function. Okay. Update tile. This just needs to get pretty fixed. That, like so. This is that. It's not map tile anymore. It's room tile. Room tile widget. That's been exported. This has been exported and pretty has been moved like so. Tile. Tile. Origin is transit update data. Where did you get off to? No. Because this is that now. That's why. I'm just gonna shovel that under the covers there real quick, and we'll look at you in a minute. Too much red for me to handle right now. I got all this other red. Okay. Actually, this would be that. 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 You will need to be for now. Whoops. Leave my strings alone. Just the code. Hang on, what happened? Okay. Must have figured something. That's because we do both sides. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Holy cow. Okay, you... What are you mad about? That's what you're mad about. Okay, that... Was that correct? Connection tile widget. That's just widget, yeah. This is now room tile widget. You're already mad at me for something? Fine then, go away. I don't care. You... That... That fixes you up. Room tile dot widget. New lives in you for now. That may very well change. Or you know that this is a mess of layered structs that needs to get flattened out a lot. But for now, we just want to get it broken back out and, map tile back to a working state in separate things, separate packages, and then we can continue to roomtile.widget. Do you not have map chords are not exported? Now they are. That. Once things are broken up further, it'll be easier to put things closer to where they belong. Is the plan. Map tile. Location. Dot pretty. Connections. Tile widget. Do you not have? You do. Oh, this is room tile. Connections gets exported. Tile. Map tile. And if I can get this powered through, then we'll call it for today. Or if I hit some sort of bizarre roadblock at the end of it, I'm like, oh my gosh, then I might just call it there too. But if I quit now, I'm going to forget where I was, and it'll be harder. And I try not to do things the hard way, unless there's a really good reason. This is where we use caser. That's right. So we want to make sure we title case that. See you tomorrow. Have a nice day. You too. Have a good sleep. I hope you were productive as you wanted to be, if not more. We'll catch you tomorrow, I hope. That, pretty that. All of that should be good now. Bye-bye. Connections. Origin. Oops. That. That. You are that now. That. I need to take a quick second and make myself a note that I need to. I'll do a to-do as well. I want to put it over here too because I've lost this note already a couple times. This is edit. This is not editor. This is server map. Like so. This is now that. Sure that is good. Okay, I think might be ready to see if I've missed anything the hard way. Oops. What have I done? Oh, I've reordered my terminals. All right. Oop, I missed something here. App widget go 275. Index out of range. How would that be now? Because you used to. X index, row index, vertical. So this is happening at the last iteration through, which would be here. Riddle me this. What am I doing? Oh, view grid. Okay, yeah, because this is used to select buttons. If the y-index is equal to the length of tile grid, add 0. That. But why wasn't it broken before? Yeah, it still does it too. It's not that. Something else is going on. 21 with length 21. It's It's a 10 by 10 grid. Gosh, my camera has gone all fuzzy again. Wonder how long it's been that way. Stop being a jerk, webcam. There. We're at the end of the grid, we append one more connection. Right. This is for when we're at the end of the entire map. View grid Y plus equals 1. Not sure why we increment that after either. Probably doesn't matter, but that shouldn't matter, but it doesn't need to be there, I don't think. The 136. Index, row index, x index, row index, x index, row index for all of you. $275. Oh, it's going out of bounds on the X. It should not be. Let me just put that back just in case. I'm confused. We'll get it working and then we'll take it out again and see if it is needed. I don't think it is. Less than the length of grid. X index, row index, and this used to set itself to the view grid at X index, what row index. Pull this out. Yeah, I just really want to see the old. Wasn't that, it was tile button, right? View grid chords X, view grid chords Y, which it was provided. So if we go back to, that's a really bad contrasting color. There's no contrast, in fact, to it. X index, row index, connection button. Wait, are we? These are connections, not tiles, right? So I looked at the wrong one. We need to look at connection button. This X, this Y, which were just provided to it. So X index, row index, X index, row index, X index, row index. Hmm. This X, this Y. X, Y. X, Y. I haven't done X index, row index, which is the Y. And it's only when we do it's not run, it's up here. We do the sizing. New view grid, length of tile grid, 0. New view grid, times 2 plus 1 times 2 plus 1. Count for double tiles plus another on the end. This view grid is that. Grid Y. We advance you. Put in a row, we advance you. You start filling your tiles. We advance it again because the tile row has just been added. If the Y index is equal to the length of tile grid, 0. This view grid Y. And that's because we just incremented it. Add the row, this view grid Y, which we incremented to pass that, which is correct. So we put in a row, we increment the grid. We fill it with tiles, we increment the view grid. We increment the index of the map underneath that we're going through. Yeah, that should be fine. grid Y, and then we don't X index. It's less than length of the grid. Starts at 0. So 0, whatever index we're on, is that. Increment it. Connection button. It would have to be something getting added somehow, somewhere. But then this should just overwrite it. Index, row index, increment. We put in a diagonal, we put in a vertical. Put in a diagonal, we keep going. Less than the length of grid. What have I done wrong? What have I changed that I'm not seeing? Grid chords X, grid chords Y, but this is tile. Yeah, it's tile button. I need connection button. Connection button. Creates the button. Gets the base frame. Builds it up. This X, this Y. View grid coordinates. View grid at this X, this Y is the new thing. We're done. We set the on click, then we're done. Unless I did it wrong at the next view grid Y. Connection button. Increment that. X and Y. View grid X, view grid Y. Ah, it's here. No, it's not. Because this is at the end on the X. We add one more. And then this will come out of range. So we end up down here. And this used to be... Oops, I closed it. This used to be... based on... view grid X, view grid Y, horizontal. And tile grid. View grid X, view grid Y, horizontal. Horizontal, view grid X, view grid Y. So yeah. Hmm. It happens there, but it's triggered by 136, which is here. Y index is less than the length of tile grid 0. That hasn't changed. It would have had to be losing a Y index increment somewhere, maybe? Or incrementing it one too many times. Let's go up to new map widget here. None of that logic changed. Right here. Connection button, view grid X plus 1, tile button. No, view grid X plus 1, we remembered. We're at the end, we put one in. View grid Y. This starts its X at 0, so that's fine. X index, Y index. Hmm. All right. Well, I'm going to call it here for today. I've been going for 5.5 hours out of the 4 hour stream that I normally do. I'm missing something. I'm overlooking it, and my brain is tired. So we're gonna let that go. Just let it ride. We're gonna fix it before we commit because I want to see things run first before I make all the change permanent ish. Um, so thank you to everybody who swung by today. It was great to have you here, hang out, nerd out, chat around. I'll be back here tomorrow. The schedule on Twitch is if you go to my page, it's down below.